I realized I was on the wrong screen. I swear the stream's not ending. It's starting. I was on the wrong page. Okay, let me let people know that the stream is live. Okay. Okay. All right. Let me get that. Oh, would help if I turned on my model. You know, that's kind of important to do as a VTuber. Watch, VMagic Mirror is going to want to update. Oh, good. Okay. Hey, Silva, thank you for the lurk. Glad to see you. Hope everything goes good for you. Okay. What? Turn on. I don't know why it always defaults to top chat and not live chat. Like, I need to see all of the messages that are getting displayed by people in my chat. Working and the only one here, so can't pay much attention. Oh, that's fine, Selva. I understand. I get it. You're dealing with all the crazy stuff. I'm still gonna talk, but I mean, you don't have to respond if you're busy with work stuff. I get it. I get it. Uh, I'm sure Nabaru will be here soon. Whenever she puts down her manga that she's reading. Uh. Oh wait, hold on. I gotta. No, real quick. I need that. Why do I get this important email now? Middle of the night. Okay, that wasn't as important as I thought it was. Oh my gosh, my D&D group is going wild with their Facebook thing. Okay. So like, let's get started. Let's switch over to the just chatting screen. Boop. Come on. All right, there we go. Yeah, so this week's been interesting. Been working on a couple projects, developing a trading card game. I think I have most of the rules lined up. I just have to actually design the cards. I'll go over with all of you what I've come up with so far. Yeah, I didn't know what to stream tonight because, like, in Armored Core, I'm stuck on this one really hard part that's just like a mission I have to succeed. There is no option to just fail my way through it. So, like, I have to beat the mission, but it's really hard. And I'm not sure how fun it's going to be just beating my head against that wall all stream long. I might do that. I might do that on Monday because I don't want to abandon my Armored Core viewers as I struggle to get good and work on designs. I know that I'm probably going to because from my research on the mission I'm stuck on in Armored Core, I found that you don't actually get paid because it's a trap. And hey Nabiru, I was just talking about the mission I'm stuck on in Armored Core. Where like I did some research on the mission and found out that like you don't get paid for that mission because it's a trap. And if I use ammunition and the stuff and the powerful weapons that would make it more feasible and doable, I'm gonna lose money for ammunition that I spend. Like I'm gonna lose money for the ammunition and for the repairs, and all of that's just gonna be an absolute mess. So not looking forward to that. But yeah, how was your week, Nabiru? What'd you get up to? Yeah, I'm presuming you were reading more manga. So, the last time we did the ChatGPT thing, it gave me some designs. I'll show you some of the stuff that I figured out as I've explored that tool a little bit more. We'll generate a few more things tonight, and we'll probably do a little bit of writing stuff as I show you what I've come up with so far, and we work on. I could have technically categorized this as a writing stream because I'm planning to do a bunch of writing later. Watching anime, reading manga as always. Oh, that's fun, Nabiru. Good luck with that. Getting Silva to watch something can be like pulling teeth. Or is that just me? Is it just getting me to watch stuff's like pulling teeth? Because Silva keeps trying to get me to watch stuff. It was funny when we were talking about what other anime to watch because Silva was getting tired of mecha anime. And Silva was just like listing off these random anime. Oh, really? That's good, Nabiru. But yeah, so it was funny. Silva was listing off these random anime to try to like say, hey, maybe we could watch this, maybe we could watch this. And some of them, I'm just like, what what in our interactions that has ever given you the inclination that I might be interested in this anime? Like, what? Huh? Nani? Like, he suggested Phoenix Wright anime, and I'm just like, eh? That, no. That's not any of the things that hold my attention. There's no superheroes. There's no mechs. There's just tons of terrible pun names. The puns are kind of, from what I've heard, the puns are adorable, but like, it's just ridiculousness on top of ridiculousness. Like, I've tried watching my friends play some of the Phoenix Wright games, the Ace Attorney games or whatever, and like, I can't get through a full stream of my friends playing those games because I just get like, it just doesn't hold my attention at all. Oh gosh, I hope there's not something happening in the D&D chat that I need to respond to. I just see it beeping off on my phone and I'm just like, oh no. Oh, nothing important's happening there, Silva? Okay. I did have something funny happen, right? So our characters are in the middle of taking a long rest. Oh, the Killjoy event. Okay. So our characters are in the middle of taking a long rest. And one of the players mentioned, oh, what happened this time, Nabiru? Do I need to like give you special permission so that way like the bots don't catch you? What did you say, Nabiru? Okay. So this thing happened where like one of the players had mentioned wanting to sneak off to this underground fighting arena in order to like earn more street cred, to get more um like more people, to make more people like them, to try to earn more favor with the town and with the people in order to try to like get more people to help them with the event that's going on. And then the rest of us are like, we're taking a long rest and then the event starts. There's no way you're going to be able to take a long rest and go do the arena and make it back in time. And so in the middle of the long rest, the DM texts me, is like, we started the long rest at the end of last session, right? So then the DM texts me and is like, hey, you wake up to this one player digging through your stuff for the key to the safe house that you're all in. And I'm like, well, how am I going to react to this? So I was like, you know, I'm gonna take the simple route and just give like the groggy, confused answer. Like, what are you doing? Go back to bed. We need to be rested before the killjoy. We know that this event kills people. And then she's like, yes, resting, important. And then goes back to bed. And I'm like, okay. And I put my backpack under my head, so that way it'll be easy. Like, I'll wake up more easily if someone messes with my stuff. Now, I could very easily just be like, hold on, why are you digging through my stuff? Which, that's always rough. Having PvP in a campaign is always challenging. And it's always a challenge whenever you want to have good faith PvP, right? where things are happening in good faith between the players. Yes. Yeah, she gets really hyper fixated on things. Like there was this one time, right? I'm not trying to dog on her. She's a great player and a wonderful person. But sometimes it gets kind of goofy. Like, okay, so she had just escaped from being arrested by the city guard who she found out were in on the assassination she was attempting to stop. All of us are hiding in the sewers. We don't know who in the town we can trust and who we can't. For all we know, the entire town guard could be hunting us, right? And we need to figure out what to do with that, as she's still hyper fixated, but she's still fixated on winning the race at the festival. And I'm like, hold on. We don't even know if we're going to be... We might have to flee town before the festival happens. So like having a player who gets like that is a challenge. It's yeah. Yes. And that's the thing where like when you like some people when you play are like, that's also true, Nabiru. Like there are some people who are like, it's no fun if we're not getting into trouble. But then when you're in a campaign like the one we're in, the plot will get us in enough trouble. Enough random trouble will find us that none of us have to go out of our way to incorporate any additional trouble. And that's just kind of like, you know, it is what it is. Though, at least our Facebook chat for D&D, Tom is a part of, so Tom can answer questions and be aware of what we're planning and plan for it, right? For my Lancer game that I run on Sundays, my players have a separate chat, a separate group chat where they discuss things. And apparently it's like, it's primarily RP, where like they're RPing these like interpersonal relationships. But lately they've been like talking about plans about what to do about stuff, and I can't prepare for anything because none of them tell me about it until we're in session and they're like, so we have this idea. We want to do this thing that's completely different than the thing that I had originally planned for us to do. Or dealing with it in a completely separate way. And like I could railroad, but I'm a big believer in player freedom. So I try to work with them as best I can, but sometimes they just spring stuff on me. Like there was a scene in which like two characters that I thought these characters were just really good friends. That's how I'd been interacting with them. That's how I'd been planning it. They started kissing. These are two of the player characters. And I'm just like, oh, okay. Not like opposed, just confused. And then they're like, yeah, we've been a couple for a while. We retconned that off screen. And I'm like, okay. Okay. And then afterwards, they came. One of them came to me, was like, "Hey, are you okay with us doing romantic stuff?" And I'm like, "I'm fine as long as it stays PG because I'm not. I hadn't really planned for romance to be part of it. I don't really deal with a lot of romance right now. But I'm fine as long as it stays to like something simple." And I didn't really express this to them, but it would have been nice to have been asked that before my players sprung it on me. I never told them like that I was like I never claimed to be like relationship averse or any of that stuff, but I just hadn't planned for it, and that's one of those things. Um, and it does keep me on my toes. It means I have to think on my feet. Um, and yeah, it can be a challenge. Having creative players is always a challenge because they're gonna think up something kooky and crazy that you hadn't planned on. Um, and I have a sneaking suspicion that one of my players has pseudo confirmed that the players are all planning to end up in some kind of a polycule where they're all in a relationship with each other. Which I'm glad that someone gave me some kind of a heads up. It wasn't quite heads up. It was just like I said, is this how it's going to end? And they're like, well, you didn't hear this from me. And I'm like, okay. Because if they'd sprung that on me and I hadn't been forewarned, I would have been really confused. Yeah, that sounds like the kind of thing I deal with. Um, and that comes with the territory. That very much comes with the territory of running games. Is you have to understand what your gaming style is, and you have to understand that whatever you're planning, in a lot of ways, your players are going to take it very differently, and that's one thing that I'm very aware of. Yes, especially new players because they don't know the norms. New players that don't know the norms and don't know what is the expected or regular way to deal with certain problems, um, will always derail you and confuse. Well, not always, but will often derail whatever you had planned by doing something off the wall and nonsensical. And usually, so here's the thing new players do. They'll do something like there's a reason why the norm is the norm, right? Because it's usually the most effective way to do something. So new players will try to do something that is just not a good idea, not very effective, but it's the best they can come up with because they don't know what to work with. They don't know how to deal with this problem. Um, and then as the DM, you have a decision to make. Do you like enforce the rules of your world and say, hey, you try that, but it doesn't work? Maybe leave some hints about how they should solve it? Or do you rule of cool it and say it works? Or do you split the difference? Um, one of my favorite ways to split the difference is to let the players roll for it. Um, and then work out a way that it happens. So sometimes I surprise myself. Like I go back and read some of my. I went back and I read this comment that I left on a Facebook post. Especially for the gamers, like noticing every small item, every noticeable. Yeah. hmm I saw this thing that I wrote years ago, and I went back and reread it, and I was like, "What was I on? Where did I get this like energy from?" So someone wrote about how someone made this Facebook post about how the players derailed their thing where like um in their game they had it house ruled that how was it like they used a crit to confirm a roll to confirm system, or like if you roll a crit you have to roll again and see if you hit, and if you hit but then you still have the crit from the first roll, um you do the crit damage, but if you miss the second roll you just do regular damage. in order to make crits like feel more impactful or whatever. And then if you, how do they do it? Some kind of thing where like if you crit on the confirm roll, you roll one more time, and if you crit on that, you instantly kill whatever it is. That's their house rule. Basically, if you, as part of this convoluted process, I don't know, convoluted is not the right word. That gives off a negative connotation. But as part of this multi-step process, that's it, a multi-step process. If you rolled 3 20s, you could instantly kill something. And the players had this like awakened cactus shrub that was their ally that just threw rocks, right? And they were fighting this big bad evil dragon, right? And it was the first turn, and someone rolled for the cactus to throw the rock, got a 20, rolled to confirm, got a second 20. Everyone's losing their minds. Rolls for the third 20, instantly killed the cactus, instantly killed the dragon. DM was so mad that he just said the cactus shriveled up from the force of the blow or something. And was just really mad that like his players are just completely one-shot. Yeah, something like that, Nabiru. That his players had completely like one-shot this villain that he planned for this big epic boss fight, this big epic, like I guess he must have like planned multi-stages or whatever he had planned for, right? So that's what someone wrote in this Facebook post about. And me, I was so high on my own supply. I was so feeling myself as the ultimate, thinking of myself as the ultimate game master. I just went into the comment section. This was years ago. And I wrote out this long scene about like, this is how I would have handled that scene. And it was this like epic scene that was like so over the top and like intense. And like I had all these people respond like, I want you to run my next game. I want you to run my next game. So I said that what I would do was as soon as the cactus rolled the third 20, I'd pull up on my phone You Say Run, which is the theme from My Hero Academia, and then narrate this scene as this cactus just channels the energy of all the plants that have been destroyed by this dragon. I think it was a dragon. All of nature crying out and everything screaming out with a bursting, furious rage of Mother Nature, channeling into this dragon as it throws one powerful rock that took off like a meteor and it detonated with a massive, like, impressive explosion, tearing apart the dragon, and then have this like sad moment as the force of the blow was too much for the cactus's little body to handle, and and have an emotional scene where he crumbled to dust from the force of his own attack. Satisfied that he had done some good in the world. And it was so extra. It was so extra. It was so over the top. I was just like rereading it 2 years after I wrote it, which was like a year, maybe 2 years ago. I was just like, yo, what? Like, I wrote it when I was in my heyday, when I was running D&D 5e left and right. I was running tons of games. People were telling me I was the best dungeon master they'd ever seen in action. And I was just on fire. I was improvising and pulling amazing scenes and characters and all this stuff out of my rear end with almost no planning, and having it all fit together in a cohesive way of a story, right? And that was a phase of my life. Oh, you saw something like that with a pebble in a manga? What was the name of the manga, Nabiru? Farming life in another world, guy unalives the dragon by throwing a carrot. Oh my gosh, that's hilarious. I also gotta remember, like, so like, it occurred to me when I was looking at like how few views my writing streams get, that when I'm writing about Halcyon Avenging, because I'm writing about such violent acts, and I'm not doing the modern thing where you dance around these words and not say certain words like kill and bomb and murder and all that stuff. That might be why some of those streams just don't get recommended by the algorithm. The manga version, I read so many of those OP manga isekais. Oh my gosh. Hold on one second. Okay, let me. I just saw a post. Oh, did you post it in the meme chat on? All right, let me pull it up. I'll pull it up in just a second. Posted it in memes. Let me take a look at memes. Meme chat. Let's see what we got here. It was an Imager post. Can I pull the image off of this? I would share this on chat, but like I'd have to like pull it off this Imager post, and it's so big that I don't know if I could fit it. But basically, it's someone saying the title is "Strange Way to Kill" from movies and mangas. The first picture is from Chronicles of Riddick, where Riddick says, "I'll kill you with my teacup." Then the second one's from the first John Wick movie that says, "I once saw him kill a man with a pencil." And the second one is a manga, and the third set of images is a manga panel of a carrot of someone saying speed of sound mowing vegetable version, and then you see a carrot fly and pierce straight through a dragon. That's the dragon's mid-flight. And the carrot, you see someone like throwing it. Just describing it for people. Mm-hmm. All right. So I'll ask chat, Nabiru, anyone else in chat who wants to suggest. What kind of stuff should we ask ChatGPT for today? I don't know how active it's gonna be because I only have a free account, so like it gets restricted. Yes, it is really done when real life copies the OP-ness of manga. What kind of stuff should I ask? Here we go. So I got some other stuff. I think I talked about this a little bit. I haven't messed with this in the last couple days. Let me refresh because I know if I don't refresh, it gets really goofy. And I found dark mode, which is nice. Tell me, chat, what should I ask? What should I ask the great ChatGPT for? Maybe a scenario, or maybe to explain physics. Isekais are always fun. Let's keep up with the thing. I need an isekai story where the protagonist has the power to kill anything with a carrot. Ooh, explain how living mechas work. We'll do that one next. We'll do that one next, Nabiru. What do you think of this? An isekai story where the protagonist has the power to kill anything with a carrot. Just going along with what you said. All right, I'm pressing enter. Let's see what this. Let's see what ChatGPT gives me. Gives us. Because we're all in this together. Once upon a time, there was a young man named Max who lived a normal life in his hometown. However, one day he suddenly found himself transported to a strange, fantastical world. In the new world, he discovered he had the power to kill anything with a carrot. At first, Max didn't believe it, thought it was a joke, but he continued to explore this new world. He found his powers were real. He could kill any creature, no matter how powerful, by simply pointing a carrot at it. Oh, that's not quite what I meant, but okay. Max soon learned that he was not the only person with special abilities in this world. There are many others like him, and they were all part of a great war between good and evil forces. The forces of evil were led by a powerful sorcerer who wanted to conquer and rule the land. Max was approached by the leader of the resistance, who asked for his help in defeating the sorcerer and saving the world. Max, being a kind and brave person, agreed to help. He joined the resistance and set out on a quest to find the sorcerer and put an end to his evil reign. Max encountered many challenges along the way, but with his trusty carrot in hand, he was able to overcome them all. He fought against powerful monsters, battled against armies of soldiers, and even confronted the sorcerer himself. In the end, Max was able to defeat the sorcerer and bring peace back to the land. From that day on, Max was known as the hero who saved the world with a carrot. He became a legend, and people told stories of his bravery and his amazing powers. Max, who had once been a simple man from another world, had become a hero in a strange and fantastical land. Oh, they don't even have him going back. Ooh, what do you think, Nabiru? I was hoping for more of like throwing the carrot, but I guess if you're using the carrot like a magic wand. As an instant kill hog. I'm gonna ask what kind of powers does the sorcerer have? He mastered the dark arts and vast array. Some of his abilities include elemental control. I'm glad that this one's actually giving me stuff instead of saying it could be whatever you want it to be. So does this make Max like the equivalent of like One Punch Man? He just points a carrot at someone? Well, you know, you gotta ask the age-old isekai question, does Max ever go home? Or did he get sent here by Truck-kun? You're right, even Truck-kun could get isekai'd. Okay. Let me ask this question. I mean, it's a very generic story. You know, defeating the demon emperor, defeating the demon king. It's a story as old as isekai kind. It's a classical fantasy trope. The main character is on the way to defeat the demon king and stop the war between good and evil, right? So it's an age-old premise. So I shouldn't be too surprised. I am surprised that it took it wondering how he found out about his power. How did Max find out about his power? Let's find out. Okay. Like, he kind of becomes One Punch Man in that he can defeat anyone he gets up against. Like, how would enemies fight? Like, how would you challenge a character with an instant kill thing like that, right? Like, you'd have to kill him before he saw you, because as soon as he saw his target, he could just point his carrot at you and you're dead. So I guess the enemy would have to use subterfuge and secrecy in order to kind of get behind him. How did they do it, Naberu? I also wanted to show you something from the Eco Battle stuff. I was experimenting with a little bit of this. Got it to generate a couple cards for me. I found out you can regenerate and you can have it cycle between different cards. And you can have it just regenerate stuff. Usually my character just has fun. The Demon King is not a villain. The antagonist is usually the hero or just corrupt humanity. Ah. So it's not actually an action story in the normal kind of sense. That's a good one. What was the other thing you wanted me to ask it, Nabiru? Explain how living mechas work. What do you mean, like biomechs, like Attack on Titan mechs? Eva mechs. So you want me to ask it about Evangelion? See if the chat knows. Okay. How do the Evas work in Evangelion? Alright, let's see what it says. Alright. Well, it knows what Evangelions are. And it gave a pretty simplistic response. Not quite. You didn't miss much, Nabaru. Like, Darling in the Franxx was good till like episode 15, and then like episode 15 ended really well, and then after that, the entire rest of it was just an entire pile of dookie. Like, it just kept going. Like, it tried to do everything in one season, but you could tell that the production team was only really geared up to do a regular seasonal anime, and not like it should have been 2 seasons. Let me just see. '24, yeah. About episode 15 was when everything was when, if I remember properly, I think it was episode 15 was when everything just went completely downhill. And then after that, it was just poopy. Yeah. There was a lot wrong there. What else should I ask it? That's also true. Yeah, the mobile trace was an interesting take on it. Like, especially because the entire theme of G Gundam was the whole thing that like someone had developed a system that turned emotional energy into that turned strong emotions into power. You have any idea the kind of war crimes and horrific crimes against humanity that would be committed if someone actually developed a way to convert strong emotions into power generation? Like, people would be getting, yes, Monsters Inc. It would be like the villain's plan in Monsters Inc. Just kidnapping people and then torturing them in order to capture their energy to power the world. All right, let me show you what I came up with for the cards. So I came up with the rules for Eco Battle and the turn order and all of the steps for this. And the basic idea is effect cards have a max stat total between their power and their health of 8. Non-effect cards have a max total of 14. I thought that would give enough of a difference in power level that the vanilla cards wouldn't get power crept out. But I don't know. I'll have to do more experimenting. I might have to drop the max total from 8 to 7. It's going to take some testing, and I have to figure out how I'm going to test. I've heard you can test this kind of stuff through Tabletop Simulator. So basically, now these rules, I did not choose these rules because I thought that they were balanced or fun. I chose these rules for the most part, these kind of conditions for the game, because they're things I've never seen before. So players start with 15 health, can play cards. Yeah, kind of like that, except you start with 15 health instead of 10 or 20. And it plays kind of like Magic, except it plays kind of like Magic and Yu-Gi-Oh mixed in a lot of ways. You get 1 normal growth per turn, which is essentially a normal summon. And if cards have effects that let you rapid growth, that's the special summon. Then that's how you would get extra monsters on the field, extra plants on the field. And whenever you attack the opponent champion, because that's what the players are called, champions. And then the defender chooses how they're going to defend. And then all damage happens simultaneously unless somebody has whatever I'm going to call first strike. I don't know what I'm going to call it. And the players play with 30 card decks where you can only have 2 copies of any card in the deck. Some cards can attach to other cards. They can't attack, but their effects are still active. Let me just put this in here. Okay. And then I call the... Yeah, exactly. So instead of a graveyard or a discard pile, it's called a compost pile, and being destroyed is called being composted. Players start with 5 cards in their hand, draw 1 card at the start of their turn. Starting player cannot attack on their first turn. I think that the first player probably shouldn't be able to draw either because you get such a huge advantage going first. Ooh, what would you even call milling in this game? I'm still working on things. I designed the main characters deck. It's 2 copies each of all of these cards. This deck being a deck based around defending yourself, using your corpse flower to block multiple attacks at once, because you can block all of your the opposing attacks at once, or using thorny vines to entangle the opponent to hold them in place. And then you have the Hazel Cannon, that between the algae batteries and the stabilizing roots, you can get the Hazel Cannon up to 10 power. Update that. Yeah, a milling strat would be very viable in a 30 card. Oh my gosh. Then here I have the I mean, maybe I still have to design the decks for all of the other characters. And then here's the turn order. You've got draw step, photosynthesis, which is essentially your standby phase, growth step, battle step, end step. Photosynthesis is where all of the plants, all the cards get healed. So like the cards take damage if whenever they block or they receive effect damage, they take damage which decreases their health. When their health hits 0, they're composted, right? But the thing is the damage doesn't stay on there. During the photosynthesis step, everybody's plants heal. So damage doesn't carry over from one turn to the other very much. Yeah, your growth step where you play cards, and your battle step, and then the end step. I kept it really simple. What'd you realize, Nabiru? What did you realize? Oh my gosh. I still have to decide the power for the other characters. I still have to design the decks for the other characters. Some cards are going to carry over. It's going to be like with the old starter decks whenever you started a game, where like there were some cards that carried over. But some cards are going to change and be specific to the main character's decks. I'm gonna have to design. I have to learn how to write card game battles. What do you think of my rules, Nabiru? As someone who plays a bunch of card games, what do you think? Thank you, Nabiru. I thought I left it with a lot of space for growth and development. I just don't want it to turn into like. Now I just have to design the kinds of decks. So this is a direct attacking. This is a direct attacking deck that's all about like turtling up, defending yourself long enough to directly damage the enemy. Like he's even got the sandbox tree seed bomb, which you can compost the card to deal. Why does that have so many spaces there? Deal 4 damage to all plants and champions. I think I've come a long way where like before when I tried making card games, I would always make things broken and OP. And I think I by keeping to my own rules, I made things relatively balanced that makes things playable. I know what I'm gonna ask ChatGPT. Oh, that's interesting, Nabiru. Hmm. It's just listing off the kind of TCG decks there are. Hmm. What kind of rules did you make for your own Yu-Gi-Oh style story? Since it's Yu-Gi-Oh, I'm guessing it's gonna have to. I can delete this. I don't need this. Uh, since it's Yu-Gi-Oh, I'm presuming you featured some new type of summoning because every new Yu-Gi-Oh series now features some new type of summoning. Let's start a new chat. New summoning and special card effects that only exist in my story. That sounds cool. How do I make a trading card game? You design the cards before you create the rules? I think you're going backwards there, buddy. I don't know. It'll be interesting. It'd be funny if eco battles actually became like a if it actually took off and people actually wanted to play it. Since it's not based on any other IP, I wouldn't have any problem with publishing it. I would just need to get artwork and get cards designed. Right now, I'm just using some like magic card makers. One of the rules would break any other games if all the monsters your opponent controls before you attack. I'm a little bit lost as to what that's supposed to say, Nabiru. Are you saying if all the monsters the opponent controls leave the field? So in your game, in your Yu-Gi-Oh story, is there just um no direct attacking? Is that just not a thing in your setting? But it's tricky since if you remove their monsters, then you can't. How would you direct attack if you can't remove their monsters? Like I'm not saying it's a bad rule. I'm not trying to judge you or say that it's bad or anything. I'm just trying to understand it. And is there a specific purpose that rule serves in your story? So, oh, you have to attack them before they summon any monsters, and after they summon their first monster, they're always protected. Well, then, there's no point in running destruction effects. Yeah, at that point, you would want direct attack effects over destruction effects. I mean, it can be really fun if you like. It all depends on what the steps are. That's another thing. Like with Yu-Gi-Oh in its current state, a lot of people um are using what's called pile decks, which is where every deck is made up of all of these separate engines put together that all interact with each other to create these powerful effects. Oh, really? What's your other rule, Nabiru? Oh, geez, Mirror Force is a terrible card in your world. Like, it stops the attack, but like... Like, Mirror Force stops the attack, but you probably want something like Threatening Roar over Mirror Force. Just, one, like... That means that it's possible to get into a situation in which no one can win. If one player runs out of cards in their deck and just stops summoning monsters and lets all of their monsters get destroyed, or if they just run out of monsters to play, they can't take damage because they can't be attacked. And if they have no monsters to play, then they can't play monsters in order to create openings to attack them. And if their life points aren't 0, then they can't deck out ever. Because I was thinking like decking out would be... I'm somewhat familiar with them. Don't they like... Localized tornado, doesn't that just like wipe out your opponent's back row or something? Oh. So when you run out of deck, you just shuffle your graveyard back into your deck. That sounds kind of like the way that they take damage in Weiss Schwartz. Where they take damage off the top of the deck into their damage zone. Yeah, you just completely remove Mildex from the game. I mean, Mildex can be fun. Different people have different definitions of fun. Though, they can be frustrating to play against. I remember when I was playing Magic, I was at this locals tournament. I was at this locals, and I was playing against this girl that was milling me, and she barely understood how to play. And all of her friends got super hyped that she was starting to win, and they started telling her what to do in order to use her deck, and telling her how to beat me. And I got so frustrated because there was nothing I could do as she milled me out, and everybody was cheering for her. And I guess it was like her first tournament or something. What was the positives, Nabaru? Tell me. Oh, no floodgates. Oh, what do you mean? What do you mean? Wait, what do you mean? Vanity? Is that the one that's the floodgate, or which one's that one? Neither player can special summon monsters of the card. The card is sent from deck or field to the graveyard. Destroy this card. Imperm. What's imperm? Nabiru. So there's no negates. Well, okay. No negates, no milling, no field nuking. That's not a positive. Okay. It still feels like a no thing. Well, I mean, comboing only goes so far because you can only attack as many times as your opponents have monsters. So, like, if you fill up the field, but you can't get any negates, what do you, like, eh? So, I think while these rules that you're suggesting aren't something that I would personally find enjoyable, I also can see where you're coming from, that they suit your specific taste of what you like about Yu-Gi-Oh! And I see where you're coming from and how you're trying to achieve this very specific window into the game of Yu-Gi-Oh. Mm-hmm. Mm-hmm. Oh, everyone created their own cards in this world. So it's like that one thing Jade and Yuki did with the Neospatians. Mm-hmm. Hmm. All right. It sounds very you, Nabiru. So like I feel like a lot of um I see this a lot with people who talk about where they value fun more than uh more than winning the game. And one of the things I've seen what that translate into is that um the players mean that they enjoy um the act of playing Yu-Gi-Oh, the act of playing cards, setting off card effects, going back and forth and interchange, activating your spells and traps and monsters. Um, and they want the game to go on longer. Like Silva used to do this to me all the time, where Silva would intentionally do things to slow down the game, because uh, like that was what was fun for them. Uh, was the act of playing, and for me, someone who played competitively, not very well. Well, yeah, but so like on the other side of that, right? In order to make that board of 8 negates, you have to play like 20 some odd cards. And for some people who just enjoy setting off these intense combos that interact with each other in very special ways, that's what they love about Yu-Gi-Oh! For some people. And that's their fun, is setting off these 20 to 30 card combos um, that and make them feel infinitely powerful. Um, and it's funny because like those 8 negate boards, in order to set those up, people end up playing more cards than most of the old Yu-Gi-Oh duels used to use in an entire game. between recycling cards from the graveyard, um, and like just the sheer number of effects they set off. Um, it gets ridiculous, and that's what some people really enjoy about Yu-Gi-Oh! And that's one thing where like Yu-Gi-Oh! Has changed so drastically more than any other game, really. Because they keep introducing these new ways to special summon. Um, with each new Yu-Gi-Oh! Arc or each new Yu-Gi-Oh! Series introduces new ways to special summon. Um, and then when you combine all these together, or whenever they create support, it's like, so take for instance, like take for instance this whole thing right here, right? Effect cards have a max stat total. Oh my gosh. So this rule right here, effect cards have a max stat total of 8, non-effect cards have max stat total of 14. So then, um, if I really wanted people to buy packs, I would release an extremely rare card with a powerful effect that had a stat total of 10 instead of 8. So then it's like it's encroaching upon that. So then that's power creep. And then all of a sudden, in order to keep up with that, all these other boss monster cards come out with stat total of 10 and powerful effects. I mean, I'm already thinking of doing a thing where like some cards have a max stat total of like 4 or 5. Or maybe 6. In order to like have multiple effects as like a possible power creep thing, trying to plan for it. I hadn't gotten that far yet. I just had a thought of a question I wanted to ask the Isekai Carrot Hero. Oh, okay. Never had a name. Okay, that's a choice. For my game, am I planning to have a lot of grave effects? Maybe? Like the cards are getting composted. Because that was the best thing I could think of for a graveyard, right? Um, and like compost you'd use as fertilizer in order to help other plants grow. So I might introduce a mechanic where okay, what's the effect do, Naberu? Well, you and I might have a very different definition of making things more fun, but I will I will cautiously ask, what's it do? I have the distinct feeling that your answer is going to be, it does something that makes the game last longer. Did I hit the nail on the head? Graveyard if player attacks something with lower level rank, it will go to the grave after battle. Mm-hmm. Yeah, I figured it would be something. Presumably there aren't link monsters in your world. Well, here's the thing, right? A big part of the game is playing powerful monsters. So, like, with that graveyard effect being threatening, with the fact that you can't, like, you can't attack directly after your opponent's played their first monster, can't deck out. Yeah, I figured it was made before Lynx. The XYZ days, the Xyz. Mm-hmm. I want to see what this gives me. It already gave me this. This is the exact same prompt. I was hoping for something new. This is the exact same thing. I thought it might give me something new. One I know some friends did actually like, which sounds rare, but isn't a spell that while it exists in the grave, all spells in the game are quick type, which means, oh my gosh. I already got, hold on. That would be quite goofy, Nabiru. This goes a completely different direction than the last Lost Outpost. That's interesting. Yeah. I feel like um I feel like a lot of your rules and design philosophies and concepts are specifically designed to um nerf the more powerful cards or like make them irrelevant in order to create a power vacuum that less powerful cards could fill. But I might use a variation of this. Hmm. So what was your main character like in that story? Like what kind of cards did your main character play with all these rules and special custom cards? Hmm. Chunibee, oh goodness. In a world like that, a Chuni would be kind of powerful, kind of OP, wouldn't they? Because in a world where where you make up all of your cards, all of the cards are custom cards that you create yourself, um, then uh yeah, I was gonna say if everyone has custom cards, a Chuni would just be really OP in that situation because their Chuni are known for having extremely powerful imaginations. Mm. How did you do the battles? Did you have people just say I draw this card or say I drew this card? Or did you like feed it into Tabletop Simulator or something? Hmm. Let's see what this one says. If I tell it I want it to be about a farm, maybe get some ideas for my Sunday game. I still don't know what I'm doing on Sunday. That's honestly something I need to. I need to figure out myself. Another rogue AI. They use this a lot, and I think ChatGPT thinks that Lancer's all about rogue AIs, which is not entirely wrong. Describe one action at a time or multiple ones if the opponent has nothing you know can counter. Okay. This one's interesting. I like how this one's structured. Jackson. This is an interesting concept. The rogue AI would obviously be an NHP of some kind. Definitely, definitely has a lot of possibility. I think I could definitely run this adventure. But we'll see. It has a lot of possibility with it. So now, it's 10 o'clock, so we're getting to the second half here. Well, not second half, more like second, third, whatever. Alright, so let's get to the actual part where I start plotting out this new story now that I have most of the rules designed and some of the basic character planned out and some of that stuff. So let me get this. Okay. Now let me get... Oh, where did I put this? There we go. All right, so now let's get so for that design, I did design one of them that had a thing. Hold on, let me show you. So I had well, actually two of them that were designed like that in the main character's deck. Designed this one that was Thorny Vines, where opponent's cards couldn't attack for one turn, and then I designed another one that was Poison Ivy, which is that your opponent can't normal growth or normal. It's basically normal summon for the next turn. But the main character's deck focuses more on direct attacking, focuses more on direct attacking and not as much on uh, trying to use a whole lot of effects, and like is all about like defending himself. All right. So this is the outline I use whenever I'm plotting out a story. Oh, come on. There we go. I don't know. I want this to be. It'd be better to do a different one. Hold on. There we go. All right, let's get started. All right, grab this. There we go. Okay. All right, outline. Block 1. All right. Okay. Echo. Also, I came up with a funny name. So when I was using the generator, the AI generator to come up with names for the character, it wanted to name the main character Eco after the Eco Battle, which was the name of the card game in the story. And I was like, I like it whenever since in this story everything's about plants and all the technology is plants, if the name was somehow related to a plant, which that wasn't, so that kind of bugged me a little bit. So I did a little bit of Googling and I found this type of plant called the Echeveria, which is a type of succulent. And this is Crassulaceae, which is the family of plant it is. And I just put for Echo is the nickname. Okay. Okay, then we have the inciting incident. Echo hears about Doomseed, not Doomseed. Got the name of that one, MacGuffin. Give me 1 second, I'll be right back. Alrighty, and I'm back. Alright, so... So that's block 1. Oh, I forgot the S. So in this, the problem is going to be... I normally like to have the problem in block 2 be like the lack of power or lack of ability to affect the world. Which then the character starts to work with, and that's what leads further into the story. Alright, so this is the reaction to the inciting incident. No one believes him. Alright, so then chapter 5 is supposed to be whenever the character starts to really take action. So this one is where like the character's gonna start trying to figure things out himself, because he figured out that the people in authority who he went to wouldn't listen. Okay. Alright. I don't know why I was trying to spell gets there that way. Okay, then we get to block 3. Hero's life has changed direction. So, I know chapter 8's where you're supposed to have the first plot twist. So we're at chapter 7 right now. Okay. This is the first plot twist. Let me take a look at the plot outline again. There's plot twist, yeah, plot twist 1, plot twist 2. Okay. So let me see, what was the first plot twist planned in this story? Let me look at the basic plot layout here. Yeah, it was the Doomsday Seed. I don't know why I called it the Doom Seed. Forgot the name of my own MacGuffin. Okay. Okay. So plot twist 2 is going to be when they discover that the Keepers are actually a group of rogue scientists. So, I would say plot twist 1 would be probably like where he has to find out that he honestly can't do this alone. Probably be the first reveal of one of the plant monsters. Okay. 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 Okay, abandoned. She's gonna run into. Of course, it's gonna have to be because it's cliche. It has to be an abandoned warehouse district. Okay. Hey Nestle, how are you doing? We're doing some story stuff right now where I'm taking the ideas I got from the AI generated ChatGPT and I'm expanding them and putting some of my own spin and twist, and I've been working on putting those together into a story. Oh, I just remembered you are the one who needed me to speak slowly so you could translate what I'm saying. I'm working on a story, Nestle. Oh, you did understand. Oh, great. I never know if I'm speaking fast enough or if I'm speaking too slow or whatever, because I know that it's hard for you because you have to run it through a translator. How are you doing? I think you added me on Twitter the other day. I saw that you friended me on Twitter, whatever they call it on Twitter. Followed. Yeah, that's the word. Followed. I'm doing well. How are you doing, Nestle? Okay. I'm not sure if I like how this lines up, because this is supposed to be the chapter that pushes him into the new world. Everything is fine. That's good. Did you do anything fun today, Nestle? Okay. Okay, there we go. That would be better. Oh. Uh, did you eat anything good, Nestle? Okay, so in this part of the story, uh I'm trying to get to the part where it pushes him from his old world into this new bizarre crazy world where he's chasing down the keepers and trying to save the world. Here, I'll type it out. There. Hopefully that worked. And there's the button I want. There we go. Uh, Sometimes, Nestle, I like to play role-playing games. Okay. Oh, you just woke up? What time is it there? Okay, so that's the end of block 3 and act 1. So then we get to act 2. Wow, that is early, Nestle. Uh, okay. I typed out what I said, Nestle, so it should be easier to translate. What do you have planned today, Nestle? I did not show up. There. That's nice, Nestle. Did you do anything fun over the weekend? 10:37 p.m. here. Almost a little after 10:30. Okay. I usually go to sleep around 4 a.m. Okay, so this is so chapter 9 is when he starts to see how big the situation is getting. Um, chapter 10 would probably be uh where it all really sinks in. Oh. Okay. Okay, 11 is fun and games. All right. All right. So in chapter 11 is going to be like, so there was this scene in the Cardfight Vanguard anime that I only ever really saw it for happen a few times in the first season, when the characters were actually like buying packs and pulling new cards and then having to add them to their decks. And I wanted to incorporate a little bit of that, but that also means I'm going to have to like be obviously coming up with new things for the characters to be adding as we go with the story. Hmm. Yeah, exactly, Nabiru. How is it in adulthood? Well, Nestle, some things are good, some things are bad. Being an adult is complicated. Yeah, I remember that, Nabiru. One thing I like is that using OBS, it has a chat pop out so I can keep track of the chat and I can type into it as well. So that lets me type out words, which helps. Okay. 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 Kind of. Block 5. Hero encounters crisis of. So this is where things were starting to stabilize, with the character starting to get into the groove of things. But this is one thing where I have to figure out some more of like what the other characters are doing as part of their investigation into the and how this leads to them conflicting fighting with the giant plant monsters. Okay. So yeah, we'll just, oh dear. I I have friends that are like family to me, Nestle. It's a family built of something other than blood. Let's see. This part's supposed to be the build-up of the crisis. Um, Probably the biggest crisis would be if somebody else gets caught in their battle with the keepers. Walking is it's a very healthy thing to do, Nestle. It's good that you do that often. Oh, that's very exciting, Nestle. What do you want to study when you go to college? Okay, so in this part of the story, um, we want to start introducing the first real fly in the ointment, the um the big challenge for them, which is going to be whenever the authorities start getting involved and then start getting caught in the crossfire that they're not ready to deal with. And second, I'm not familiar with that. What that means, Nestle. Oh, that sounds very fun, Nestle, and also very challenging. Oh, I well, Python is a popular programming language. I know a friend of mine uses Python for a bot they're making for Discord. I need to figure out a group for the main character's team, or like a team name for them. Also need to finish fleshing out the other characters. But right now I'm just trying to get a rough outline. Okay. Why, you have any ideas for a name? I'll tell you the story more about the story later. Okay, sure. I'll leave it on. Yeah. Okay, so let's see what we got. So this is one of the things that I want to have be like some of the action where they're tracking down one of the keeper's agents to try to get more information, but the agent realizes they're being followed and deploys one of the plant monsters to cover their escape. Ooh, very courageous. Let me see, what's the other one? Yeah, midpoint, so it's a reversal of what happened on the midpoint. Do you have any ideas for games you want to make, Nestle? Mm, okay. Boop, 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 boop. Let me... Chapter 15 is the reversal. Blah, 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 blah. Okay. I'm looking at my other notes and trying to see if I can do this reversal properly. Because you want things to just consistently be getting worse for your main character. Because that's how the story progresses, right? So you generally want the problem. Oh, that sounds very fun, Nestle. I hope you do. I hope you do have a good time, Nestle. All right, so it wants to find a solution. So normally you want this to be a solution introduced, well, the problem introduced by the midpoint, right? Is what the character wants to be finding solutions to, some kind of a reaction. And I'm wondering if, so a reversal means it's a turning around of their situation. So the thing would be, it should be them having to be on the run because of getting accused of injuring I've never heard of Standoff 2. What is Standoff 2 about? Okay, this is interesting, having interesting interactions with chat. All right. Okay. Then, so that creates a problem. Where the problem is that the investigator getting injured. Reaction. The initial reaction to the problem. So then there's the reaction, and then there's the action where it's like actually taking action, and then the dedication is when he becomes dedicated to solving the problem. Okay. All right. Are you still there, Nestle? I hope my stream elements automatic posts didn't throw you off. All right, so that's the end of Act 2. Act 3. Boop, boop, boop. Boop, wob, 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 wob. Okay. Going over to Act 3. Okay, here we go. This outline's been coming together really well, but it's going to be actually filling out the outline and learning. Like, I've barely learned how to write regular mech fight scenes from doing my lore novel. And then I'm going to have to do. Oh, thank you for coming, Silva. It was great having you. I hope you get some good rest. Uh, it it's gonna be interesting because I'm still wrapping my head around writing the Halcyon Avenging airship fight scenes, right? The airship combat. And now I'm gonna have to learn how to write card game action scenes. Um, and that's gonna be challenging. um, Actually, you know what? Just for lulz, I have an idea. I'm gonna do something real quick, just because I can. Boop, new chat. Not the button I wanted. Alright, alright. Stakes at hand, they can help the reader understand the concept. Cards, place the cards on the table, making strategic moves. The player's thought process as they make their moves include characters weighing their options, analyze the opponent's strategy, making calculated. Okay, add tension. Scene should have tension, so make sure to describe the stakes of the tension building process achieved by describing players' reactions. Bring the scene to a climax. Climax of the scene should be the point of highest tension. When the outcome of the game is uncertain, describe the players' reactions and thoughts as they reach this pivotal moment. Describe the outcome of the game, whether win or loss, show the characters' reactions, the outcome. Keep the scene concise and focused and only include information that is necessary to convey the action and tension of the scene. That's really good advice. Yeah, that is a. Yeah, I'd say that would be how that would be a great way to describe this, Nabiru. I was very curious how ChatGPT was going to answer that question. Introduce the game, state the move, show the strategic thinking and the movement, add tension. That's an important part right there. The stakes and the tension building. Yeah. Well, the thing is, as a writer, I'm going to have to be writing and planning out both sides. So, I'm gonna have to be planning out and writing both sides. Except I'm only gonna be showing the perspective of the main character. I was just curious what it was gonna say. It gave some good points. about the tension, bringing the scene to a climax, resolution, show the players in action. I think that was a pretty good answer. Yeah, that's one thing I'm really hoping my action scenes will have some level of competency, and um that's one of the things I'm gonna have to grapple onto whenever I edit my lore novel. Gotta edit 58,000 words. I'm not looking forward to it. I am. I originally was just gonna take 2 weeks off and then challenge it, but then 2 weeks became a month, became 2 months. Um, and now we're coming up on like 2.5 months since I finished it. Um, so yeah, I'm gonna have to definitely deal with that. All right. Okay. So yeah, we're just gonna call them the squad for now. Awful writing tension, even when being a DM, I think I was more comical. Yeah, sometimes I lean more on like with my game mastering style. Um, uh, when I try to ratchet up tension, it doesn't always come together the way I want it to. Um, a lot of times uh it will just like fall into place kind of. Um, I try to make sure the players are all reminded of what's at stake. I try to set up some kind of a thing about like these are the conditions of this is what happens when you fail. But one thing I'm very guilty of is that I will often set the conditions of success for my players too low. All my players will get really lucky and blow past the conditions for success, which completely ruins all the tension in the scene. So like adding tension is definitely something that I need to get better at myself. Mm-hmm. Okay. Okay. So this is what. So that was the. That's the second. Um. That's the second. Whatchamacallit. Plot twist. Plot twist 2. And then this is. Now this is one point where like I disagree with one of the outlines. Right. Get calm before the storm. Plot twist. And then we get to the darkest moment. Okay. Whatever their plan is, like the plan is still in flux. I still need to generate a better plan. Because that's kind of meh as far as villainous plans go. You know what? Let's ask ChatGPT. I asked for a plot. That's why it's giving me so many questions instead of answers. You know what? Aw. Was because I've talked about making it into a novel. Okay. Alright. That was worth a shot. I was curious what it would come up with. Whatever their final plan is, we'll leave it vague for now. I'll flesh it out better as we get closer. As this is my third work in progress. At this rate, I'm never going to finish Halcyon Avenging. Hey, CeeLo, how are you doing? Ah, how was your weekend, CeeLo? You do anything fun? Your week, I mean. I keep forgetting it's Friday and not Monday. Well, I'm so used to doing the writing streams on Mondays, so like it just feels a little bit different. That's all. Okay, block 8. Weird week? What happened, CeeLo? Or within action converge. Okay. Alright. Blah blah blah. Echo digs deep, thinks about everything he's been through thus far. This far. Work was fun. Boss gave me a part drawing to review. Then I found out the guy that made the drawing made some dubious conversions from inches to millimeters. So now I'm going down that rabbit hole. Oh no! Are you an engineer, CeeLo? Are you an engineer or an architect? Okay. Oh wow, that's really cool. Actually, I just had an idea of something I wanted to try real quick. Uh, Let me try something real quick. I want to try something just to see if it works. Learning a lot, industry's crazy stuff. The dopest moment in university was when I started to be able to look at stuff and figure out in my head how it was probably made. That's really cool. Oh. So in their version of the story, so I'm asking ChatGPT to write the first chapter of this novel for me, and I want to see what they come up with. But in their version, they're having my job at the machine job I mentioned was really eye-opening to how interconnected everything is. That's really cool, CeeLo. The chosen one, the equal battle with the greatest power, will be able to wield the shield and unleash its full potential. Ooh, that's taking this in a very different direction. Uh-huh. Beeps and boops from other card tables, excitement from the crowd. All right. Ooh, that wasn't a bad first chapter. This takes the story in a vastly different direction. Beeps and boops from plant-based card tables. Yes, exactly, Nabiru. Like, oh, we gotta change our whole production schedule because the raw material and tools we order are late, and then a whole lot of people that were relying on us also get late. That sounds so stressful, CeeLo. Like, you have your stuff, but then, like, oh, that would freak me out so much. Like having so many people relying on you. Like, oh my gosh, that just sounds so terrifying, CeeLo. Well, that is that is one very prompt and efficient way to deal with that, CeeLo. So in their version of the story, in ChatGPT's version of the story, Echo gains the Doomsday Seed, and then he's the one with the card that can end the world. Rare ancient plants are said to hold the power to bring the end. See, in this, it talks about the keepers being the ones having the Doomsday Seed. But like in this chapter, it talks about Echo being the one with the Doomsday Seed. Chat GPT, go home, you're drunk. I think one of the things that's holding me back in my planning is there's part of me that's still trying to hang on to some semblance of realism. That's trying to hang on to some semblance of logic and realism. And Um, you can't write a trading card game story, have it be a trading card game story, if you are not willing to abandon all logic, all hope, all sensibility. Great experience, would not recommend. I went in too enthusiastic and ended up having hands on in too many cakes. Like by the end, I went to the logistics supervisor to talk about how the workers felt. A new forklift would help smooth things up, and instead of using his contact network to look into one to solve the problems, he told me to look more into it. Oh, that's frustrating. Like you're like, hey, I went to you specifically because you have the tools and resources to accomplish this thing, uh, but then you're telling me to go do it myself. CeeLo, that sounds really frustrating. Yeah, like if it's not even your department, and then how are you supposed to deal with it? Hmm. Actually, now that I've started this thing writing this story, I want to see. Okay. So the trick was I had to get it to start generating the story, and then it'll start giving me solid answers. Okay. Because I originally asked it for a plot, not for a story. It's about what you ask for in the beginning, because I asked for the plot. And it gave me a plot, and it was giving me tools for it, but now I actually asked it to write the story, so now it's taking this differently. Okay. I don't know. Maybe Neurosama? Maybe ChatGPT would sound like Neurosama, Nabiru? Yeah, exactly, CeeLo. That's exactly what I was thinking. Uh... Vesper. Oh, you mean from Hollow Tempest? I could see that. I could see that. That would be funny. Yeah, that could definitely be funny, CeeLo. I want to finish this before it would be Mandar, Yu-Gi-Oh! Bridge Paradox type voice. Like a really nerdy dude that's holding himself back from going unhinged. Exactly, CeeLo. Exactly. We're going a little bit over tonight just because I want to get this plot outline done. Even if I don't stick to it, I want to get it done. Oh, excuse me. Of course, this has to be power of friendship. Power, friendship, and love is what typically saves the day. Yes. But we're going to take this even further. This is going to get funny. I have a funny plan for this. This is going to be a pain in the butt. Uh, eh. Listen, Nabiru, you see, you don't ask those kinds of questions because I can't answer them. So, this is going to be ridiculous. This is going to be quite possibly the most ridiculous ending I've ever come up with, but I just came up with it, so follow along because this might get goofy. So, at this point in the story, the team have had their decks taken from them, and they're like, because they've been captured by the keepers, they've had their decks taken from them, and they feel powerless in order to stop everything from happening. So what's going to happen is all of them are going to dig in their pockets and find all of the commons, all of the all the commons and bulk rares that they never put into their decks from all of the packs that they've bought, that they just have in their pockets because they hadn't had time to throw them out yet, right? Just random commons and rares, and they all slap them together to make one functional deck that the main character is going to use to fight the bad guy. What do you think, chat? Oh, jeez. He literally made a deck of everyone's favorite card, a hodgepodge of randomness. Oh, goodness. Yeah. But see, now I feel like that idea has already been done. Yeah, except all of his junk cards work together. Like I feel like if his deck was made from garbage, these cards should have all just like not interacted with each other. Should have been like one thing from this archetype here, one thing from that archetype there. Random bulk rare card. Yes. Yep. I'll just go with the ending I have. Even if it's similar to something they did in 5Ds, I'll uh uh I'll just run with it. Okay, so this is where all the storylines converge. It's a good fun idea. I imagine just about every idea for TCG has probably been done by now. Yu-Gi-Oh's been. Yeah, you're right about that, Nabiru. You're absolutely right about that. Oh goodness, Nabiru. So this converges the plot line. Ooh, I should ask ChatGPT who the leader of the keepers is. We are going so late tonight. Grand Keeper. I like that name. I'm using that. Grand Keeper. I'm using that. Okay. Okay. So I'm gonna have this main character do like the most evil thing when he saves the day. Is he's going to tear the card into little pieces, and he's gonna throw it to the winds. Um, and this is also why I have to finish Halcyon Avenging first, because I want the ending of this story to line up with um I want the ending of this story to line up with the ending of Halcyon Avenging, where it's a literal side story where they're happening on like the other side of the supercontinent, and then the bomb goes off. Yeah, that was one of the unhinged cards. I had a friend claim that he saw someone use that card to win like a major tournament, and I'm like, no, those cards were never legal for tournament play. You ever have that friend that just says stuff because they want to sound cool or sound like they were there for cool stuff, or they remember cool stuff, or they were a part of cool stuff, and they're straight up being a chuny, right? They're straight up being a chuny because like you know for a fact that none of those things actually happened because they couldn't have happened. That was what that friend was. He always got me caught up in his shenanigans. Goonie or Schizo. CeeLo, listen. Listen. I'm not about to debate the difference between the two. CeeLo, I am not about to debate the difference between those two things. Yes, the words you learn in this community. Well, Chuni's spelled a little differently, but I get exactly what you meant. I think if you Chuni long enough, you turn. CeeLo, you're saying the quiet part out loud. CeeLo, not like this. Not like this, CeeLo. You're saying the quiet part out loud. I have a base outline for this. I don't know if I'm going to stick with this outline. It needs a lot of work. I want to do one last thing before we wind down for tonight. Um, so like, when I was trying to look at all of this for the extinction process, I was trying to look at all of this, from this like super logical historical thing, to fit into this like kind of hard sci-fi world I was playing in. But it wasn't really a hard sci-fi world. It was more of like a soft sci-fi world. But it was still a sci-fi world. And I think in order to run a card game show, in order to run a trading card game, anime, novel thing, the way I want it to, I think I have to lean into the ridiculous. I have to lean into the ridiculous and um just like, I don't know, just go a little bit crazy. Oh my gosh, listen, we are not in that isekai Naberu. We are not in Grand Belm. Well, Grand Belm wasn't really an isekai, but it was kind of a backdoor isekai. So I wanna just do this, or I might do this next stream. Oh, the effects vanish. Mwahaha. So, it's been the. Oh my gosh, we've gone later than I normally go. How late should I go, chat? How late should I go? How late are you all gonna stick around with me? I know, CeeLo, you just got here. I have no idea whether or not Nabaru sleeps. Yeah. We can go a little bit longer. We can go maybe another half hour or so. What do you think? What do you think, chat? Meow meow. So I'm going to go absolutely unhinged here. Um, yeah, I guess it is about to be time to cook. I'm gonna go absolutely unhinged here and just write a completely unhinged villainous plot. What is logic? Gotta do the cooking by the book? Oh my gosh, not that song. Not from Lazy Town. Okay. You can't be lazy. Yep, you can, yep, if I'm gonna make a crazy villain, you can't be lazy. Exactly. But use a messy idea, the villain will end up crazy. You know what? Let me do something real quick. I want to try something real quick. Let me ask ChatGPT. Whoop. Now that it's actually started creating a story, let's see if it gives me an answer. Hmm. Okay, so Doomsday Seed. Capable of leveling entire cities with widespread destruction. Destroy the entire world. Mhm. You know what? Why don't I just leave it a mystery? Like I feel like I'm doing the thing that like Riot Games did when they first made League of Legends, and I'm over explaining everything. Just leave it a mystery. Just say what it does. I don't have to explain how it works. It doesn't have to have a basis in reality. This is the fantasy of the sci fantasy. Okay. Okay. So I'm not going to explain it, just leave it bizarre. So the question becomes, why have they not activated it yet? The answer, because they need to complete the design of their single-celled organism to guarantee the reemergence of humanity. And that happens in Halcyon Avenging. So that doesn't have to happen in this book. What are their agents doing? Ah. How does this fold into their plant monsters? This doesn't. It doesn't fit with the plant monsters whatsoever. So there's a couple questions I have to answer of what are their agents doing, because I need them to have agents for the players to follow and track down. And ooh. Okay. This is kind of goofy, but it's okay because it's a little ridiculous. So they're sending out agents to challenge kids to eco battles for money to collect funds for their research. That's how they're funding all of their end of the world research, is with money that they're fleecing off of kids from eco battles. Mhm. And they're doing underground tournaments for large sums of money. Okay. Yeah, I know it's goofy, Nabiru. I know it's goofy. That's how they're funding their bad guy research. I mean, it's not. I feel like it's not the worst way. Uh, it's not the worst way uh to fund their research, but like, I think it's really funny and very fitting. Uh, what just happened? My medieval Lofi. Oh, there it is. Okay. Okay. So we could use the underground tournaments as an entire arc in and of themselves, where the players enter these tournaments in order to find out more about the Doomsday Seed. No, you want to make the money, you run the tournament. You want to make the money, be the one running the tournament. So they're running underground tournaments. They're fleecing kids in back alleys. Okay. So we're kind of walking away. We might walk away. It's funny, the entire premise was using hallucinogenic gas, but now as I'm doing this, I might walk completely away from that entire plot point. Um, no. Okay, they project a field that makes the card's effects real in that space. Don't explain it. Don't have to explain it. Just say it happens. Yep, going burr. I'm just going burr, CeeLo. I am just going burr. You know what? Since I figured out how to get... I'm scared to ask what you mean by that, Nabiru. What makes sense? Okay. Let's see what ChatGPT says. Uh, no one knows quite how solid vision was created in Yu-Gi-Oh! Or how the original dual discs could do something that required entire large machine playing fields. Yeah, I think the explanation was always just Kaiba made it work. Yeah, kinda. Okay. Yep. Sometimes that's exactly what you gotta do. I misspelled that, but I don't care. Okay. Okay. So they have a limitation. They decay after an hour, but they can cause a lot of destruction in that hour. They carry the plant monsters around in like little seeds. Okay. We're just not explaining anything. All right, we are just not explaining anything here. But somehow through not explaining, we ended up with an even more cohesive plan for the bad guys. Okay. Yeah. We end up with an even more cohesive plan. And it ties the two books together. And having this means these underground tournaments are going to be how the characters are going to be researching these cards. I mean, researching the Doomsday Seed. Also, there's one last thing. Ba 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 ba. We're gonna leave this just blank. They've been destabilizing the natural world somehow. I'm over explaining it. Would you say has been Destabling the natural world somehow, leading to natural disasters. That creates an impetus for why uh that creates the situation that um inspires the activity. Anyway, let's wind down for the night. Let's close up shop. We've been going for coming up on 4 hours now. Holy cow, that was a long stream. Played with some ChatGPT. We expanded some story stuff. I finally got that outline done, even though I'm probably gonna change it like immediately. Got some stuff fleshed out for the bad guy's evil plan. Got another Lancer adventure put together. Actually got 2 Lancer adventures put together, and we developed an isekai story with the Carrot Hero. Could write a story about the Carrot Hero sometime. That would be funny, just writing a story about a Carrot Hero. The story is so generic that it's just hilarious. No, I'd have to do something different. The story they gave would just be too simple. Like, literally, the main character would just walk up to every threat, point a carrot at them, and then defeat them. And then just repeat ad infinitum until he gets to the sorcerer. So the story takes as long as it takes the main character to get to the sorcerer. I guess some people could use illusions, and dark magics and duplicates in order to try to like make him point at other things. Geez, my brain is actually working on how to make the Carrot Hero work. See what you've done, chat? You've got me thinking about making this Carrot Hero a thing. Anyway. Let's wind down. Let's close up shop. I want to say to Nabiru, to Silo, to Silva, to Nestle. Did anyone else come tonight? I think that was everybody. And to anyone who watched from the shadows, who was lurking in the background, and to everyone who watches the VOD afterwards, I want to say that I love each and every one of you, and I believe in all of you. I think that you all are wonderful, powerful, and unique individuals. I believe that you each possess a special, one-of-a-kind energy that only you can bring to everything you do. I believe that you all make this world a better place just by being in it, and I'm grateful every day to live in a world with you in it. Thank you for giving me your time, your attention, and your energy. I appreciate having you here for the stream. I wouldn't be streaming without people to watch. That gets really hard to do. I did that for years. And I'm really grateful to have people to come and watch and hang out with. Next stream is going to be Monday night at 8:30 p.m. EST. I don't know what we're going to be doing. We might be doing some more writing for Halcyon Avenging just to actually pick up speed on that story so I don't lose that at all. Or I might start editing, never know. Or maybe we'll do an RPG Maker stream. See if I still do those. But yeah, gonna do that. Please be sure to like the stream. It helps the algorithm with recommending it to other people. If you ever want to keep up with what I'm doing here on YouTube, then please be sure to subscribe if you haven't already and ding the notification bell. If you do, it lets you know whenever I go live or when I release any new content. If you want to keep up with what I'm doing outside of YouTube, please be sure to follow me on Twitter or join my Discord. Links to both of those are in the description down below. Always remember, you are never required to donate to give to me or to pay to be a member of this community. I believe that your time, your attention, and your energy is payment enough, and I'm just grateful that you are here. With that said, if you ever feel motivated to donate, to give to me to help to improve my life or to improve the stream, there are links where you can do that in the description down below. I hope that you all have a wonderful night, and I want you all to know that you're amazing. Hello, Brian J. You're getting here just as I'm winding down, unfortunately. Uh, but I hope that you all have a wonderful night.